All right. Good morning. Hello and welcome. Let's get this all set up. Okay. So yeah, we're back to our DK grind. And we have a little thing popped in when I logged in that our Hispori is ready. So let's go ahead and do our contract first, get adjusted. Ah, yes. Got a healthy U here. I wonder what we're gonna get from the contract. I think it's the highest level thing I've done so far. So I'm expecting good things from you, Miss Jane. Alright, take another medium and we have a Snapdragon. I don't even think we have a Snapdragon seed. I think we used our last one. And there's another one. And a Hispori, Snapegrass, that's about it, right? Cool. So let's get our little green guy, Mr. Magic Secateurs. And I guess we'll get our coins. We already got them. Plant our snap. So let's grab, we actually don't even have any trees except willow. So we'll do this, and then we'll do our Hispori, and then we're back to Dagging Rex. I'm gonna skip my tree run today. I think I'm kind of getting, I don't even think I have that many left, right? Yeah, I don't even have any good ones. So we're actually at a spot where I wouldn't do it, even if I didn't want to. So, okay. So we'll grab a willow. Got our coins, very nice. So let's pay Miss Rosie. Get rid of that. Plant the willow. Grab 2 ultra. And today's the day we're gonna get our bottomless bucket, right? What you got for me, Mr. Hispori? Am I ready for Mr. Rex? Our little gray dinosaur? I feel like I've gotten every drop he gives except I haven't got the Ring of Life, I haven't got a Berserker Ring, and I haven't got the pet. Other than that, I think we've gotten all of the drops. Okay, so we used our Ultra, we planted our 2 things. Let's just go and prepare for Mr. Hispori next. Now that we got some better legs, went and got our rock shell. Well, we didn't go to get our rock shell, but that was a byproduct of going for that Berserker Ring. We'll bring our spec weapon, why not? Sometimes you just have to click buttons. My mind's not working. Yeah, that looks fine to me. We need a ranged weapon, such as our mithril darts. Yeah, off stream I did a little bit of salvaging, got a little bit of money. Oh, actually it's more than this because we went and bought our runes. We bought some more chaos runes and a little bit more blood, but primarily we put them into our warp scepter. So this is, 4,000 chaos runes right here. 1.9 times 2 is how I got that math. Okay, so we have our weapons, and I went and grabbed a little bit of anti-poison. I'm gonna have to find a better method. I think I'm graduating from picking them up off the ground, but I might go and I saw that the red spiders from Phothos, I think is the name, dungeon. I saw that they dropped the anti-poison that's better than this one, the one that's a little better. I don't know if it's called Antidote or Antidote Plus or Antidote Plus Plus, whatever one it is. So, I might try to go for the I think it's In Search of Knowledge. Is that the name of the little mini quest? This little In Search of Knowledge. You know, maybe I go down there and just AFK it or something and get a lot of anti-poison, but go and collect some moonlight moths, get a full inventory of them, and then just go camp down there until my thing is done. And maybe that's how I go for my 65 defense, and that way I can go and get chivalry. So I think that's kind of where my head's at. Oh, also off stream, we went for 69 fishing yesterday. We got that. And then we started to get our new raw jumbo squid. So these ones are twice as likely to get a beak. So, and it's the same spot. So you basically almost double your potential to get the beak once you get to that level, right? Because this is really double. Like this is 154 equivalents of this one. And it's half the time to actually turn them into the beak. So without further ado, let's go ahead and have our date with Miss Sporty. I think I'm probably going to do some cooking this weekend. I think that's maybe something all this AFK. Maybe try to get these 176 sunlight antelopes cooked. And some of these, because I really don't think these are going to be PVM food. I think it's more of that low level, because you got to wait like the ticks for all the new hunter meat to go into effect. So I think these are actually better for things such as Dagannoth Rex, things such as Hispori, things such as Slayer, whereas I'd rather use like Shark and, well, you can buy Shark in the game, so that's probably where I'll, if I want actual PvP food, that's probably what I'll go for. And, I'm thinking about doing a lot of PvP soon, and, well, we just got our fishing up, so maybe next week we'll start off with some of those, we want to get up to the Legends quest pretty soon. And so I think that's like Shiloh Village, and I don't know if there's another quest or not, but whatever one unlocks Karambwans is what I'm thinking of. We can start AFKing that off stream too. So that looks fine. That looks mostly good. And then our food. Yeah, these are fine. Oh, we do have 3 here and 2 of these. Whatever. Gotta ignore the farming XP. It's my lesson that I want. I need to like ingrain that in my head of like sometimes you just gotta ignore it. Alright, so there's my Hispori. We want a shovel. Alright, let's go and get our bottomless bucket. With our Ninja Turtle getup. We are like full Ninja Turtle now with the rock shell body, I feel. Like we're pure tanks. We had our low level, of course, but... Alright, what quick prayer? Protect magic. And our combats. Oh, I got a cat on me. Huh. I've been growing cats again, because it's kind of mostly free when you're fishing. So we'll pick him up so he doesn't disturb me during the fight. We didn't bring our super attack and strength, but it's whatever. A little annoying, but I think we'll survive. Very nice. Yeah, I'll read your comment in a second. I guess I don't want to die on accident. My game noises aren't working, otherwise I'd have the time. Let's see if I can turn my game noises on first. Yeah, everything's there. I think it's my headphones sometimes, like they want to work, don't want to work. But yeah, it looks like something about doing some Chamber of Xerix and Theater of Blood. That's my weakness. I've done a lot of Toa. I think I need to start getting to those raids. Have some fun at, it doesn't look like, I watched them do the Theater of Blood in the latest Gillinor game or whatever. It didn't look too bad. Obviously it was an entry, but nothing there looked, you know, above my skill level, I suppose. It just feels intimidating sometimes. It's more of my, like, mental bandwidth of like, oh, something else I gotta learn. And it's the small things in it. It's not like the big things. Like, I can dodge, I can do all these, like, that looks like fun or whatever, but it's like, it's the memorizing these very small details that, like the entry. Like, I feel like you have to know like 30 or 40 things before you can even start. But, you know, I guess in my experience, it hasn't really gone that way. Like, when I went to do Toa, it wasn't exactly like that. You know, when I went to go do Yama, we just went without even looking at guides, and we knew that magic obviously worked. Let me put my prayer on. I heard, you know, you heard raiding is profitable. I heard prayer is actually a pretty good thing to use in this game. Alright, we got our shovel, we got our Hispori, and we got our dun, 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 dwarf weed, and 75 farming. 75, because now we can grow magic trees. I think I death coffered a lot of magic seeds already, so. I don't know if I'm ready for Rex. Alright, let's see what seeds we got in here. Yeah, I death coffered them all. Got some from Revenants earlier. But in due time, we'll get some. Okay, so I'll have to remember to get my prayer up when we go to DKS Fairy Ring, when we go and use our Ardougne Cloak. Before we do that, though, let's gear up. Yeah, we were doing Helmanez not. Adamant gloves are good. Oh, we need to go and get our magic book, right? So let's just go ahead. We'll eat some swordfish, sure. Okay, and then I guess we'll go to Ring of Dueling to get back. Yeah, it all looks good to me. Yeah, we're gonna go get our ancient magic. It's a little bit out of our price range, but, you know, takes money to make money, so you gotta kind of, you know, I'd rather stay there for a long time than do a trip, have to leave, do a trip, have to leave, so we'll spend our precious, precious little money we have. Go for our Berserker Ring. So we're going, what, BIQ? Excuse me. These camels love to fight me. You know, one day I should look up what the rules are on aggressive monsters. Is it if they're like above double their level, they stop? Or is there like a plus 30 or something like that? Or yeah, we're going to our starting PVM. Our early level Ironman is slowly progressing. I think we're a week or two away from saying, not on this account. Yeah, we started this account in about September. And you know, I predominantly play this on stream about 16 hours or so a week. And then I play my group Ironman if I'm okay. Oh, that's the right one. We switched our prayer or magic book, I mean. Very nice. Alright, let's get to the Ferox Enclave. We're gonna go DKS. I set up my group Ironman now that I'm talking about him. He's actually right here, waiting to go in to kind of be my pet rock and my rune throne axes. But we'll bring him up in a minute. Okay, so put this away, put that away. We're going full turtle defense. Climbing boots? I think we go fully sandals. I don't know, it's not much different, right? I think it was the mystic boots is probably best. Because we really don't need prayer there. And we don't obviously need a 2 crush defense, so. Our 3 magic is somehow our best in slot. Don't need that. We bring, I guess, a power amulet. Our 2 staffs, so we go ancient magic and our warp scepter. So we'll need a ring of dueling and an honorable blessing. I kind of reorganized my bank a little bit, so now I can actually find my blessing when I want it. And then a ring of dueling. And then what? We want our... We didn't put an ancient staff on, did we? Oh, we did. So we need to get out there, so there's a Drummond staff. I'm going to bring all of our anti-poison that we collected this morning. We have 1 dose left for another Hespori maybe next week. I think 1 prayer pot's good. Should we bring 2? Just go 1. I think we're done bringing our strawberries. I was bringing those because they're a little bit more health per inventory item, but with the blood magic I find that it's not too important. 2 energy pots feels about right. And our Pyrofox. Okay, am I forgetting anything? We can get out there. We can protect ourselves from poison. We can pray. We can get there slightly quicker. Our food. The very, very important. So we kind of need some runes, right? If we're going to do ancient magic. So this gives us 1,000 strikes. If we run out of chaos runes there, which I don't think we're going to, we can of course remove our warp scepter and get chaos runes from there. Okay. That looks good. So I think I'm gonna run out there, take a 30-second break, use the restroom, and then let my run energy get back a little bit, and then charge. So let's go ahead and go to DKS. But yeah, on my group Ironman I have, let's look, the virtual level is 101 farming. It's 98 cooking, 92 mining, 96 herb lore, 101 virtual level magic, 100 virtual defense, 104 for strength, 100 for attack, 105 for hit points, 98, we're almost at 99, we're 158k away from 99 range. And I've been doing some corrupted gauntlet and whatnot, so I think we're gonna get there with that, and then a little bit of TOA that I do too. Config, DKS. Okay, I guess I'm gonna hop to my world on my other account. Waterbirth Island. I think I'm gonna turn walk on. I'm gonna click here, hope for the best. And then I'm gonna take a 30-second break as I use the restroom before I lock myself in there for the next hour or two. So let's go ahead. I'm turning my camera off for a second. I'll be right back. Okay. Hello, Gandalf. Oops, almost broke my camera. Trying to adjust it, it almost fell off its stand. 1 second. There you go. Let's go camera back on. Hello, hello. Alright, let's hope today goes better than yesterday. We got a lot of drops yesterday, but none that we were looking for. I hate the way my inventory looks, but that will do. Our prayers, or our spell is selected, auto retaliate is off. Okay, let me bring up my other account. Where are you? There you are. Auto retaliate is off. Quick prayer is set to detect magic. Very good. Let's go run. Don't ask me this again. See, I see it, it's like checked, but it doesn't. Oh, okay. I was wondering why this account has it and the other one doesn't. Go in, I don't mind dying. Very nice. Alright, let's test my ability to multitask. Oh, it's not very good, huh? Okay, let's, I will do it in a second. Alright. not as smooth. Maybe yesterday I had it as a split screen. I think that's what I did. Yeah, it's my screens are not even, so my mouse doesn't go as easily as I hope for. Just go ahead and put him there. Cool. So I think we'll go back to split screen. I think that treated me much better than that. So we'll go like that. Maybe I'll do this little fancy thing that they like to do. Okay. I'm gonna put everything to north, and then I think we should turn Dagannoth on, because I think that was kind of what threw me off as well. Special attack, destroy. I guess we'll just attack him. Alright, so we're gonna let Gandalf tank right here as I go and, oh shoot, let me not waste my rune thrown axes. Alright, so yeah, we'll go ahead and move this off screen for a moment. I'm just gonna charge it with my group, or my normal Ironman. Oops. Oh, he got a Fremenic helmet in that kill. Keep sipping my energy pots. Alright, looks like we're almost there. Hey, good morning, good morning. Welcome to the stream. KC1, here we come. Alright, no one's in there. Okay, so let's now bring over this account. He's done his job of tanking these little guys for so long. Thank you, thank you. I guess we'll just eat some Brahmwan's fine. Okay, I'm gonna try to do it without the guide. I'm not that directionally sound, but I think at this point I kind of know how to get there. Probably should pray, but I guess we're a beast. Yeah, I heard having 99 defense helps. And the, you know, protect from range with our little setup helps. Oops. We keep tanking these magic strikes even though we have like no magic defense on. So I wonder if the magic level itself is just that good. All right, let me mentally relax again. Okay. So yesterday we made the mistake of, on our higher level account, we went into the room and then we tried to drag them, and then it seemed to de-aggro, and then, you know, FailNOutloud is this guy. FailNOutloud seemed to have got all the aggro on her, so that didn't go well. So today, we're just gonna go in and maybe we just go and kill the ranged dude. So let's charge. Now, I'm actually gonna go back up. I'd prefer Rex to not be on me, so let's just wait a second. That might be good enough. Maybe wait for Rex to go down a little bit. Now we let him kind of aggro me. Hello, thank you. I'm actually taking all the magic. This is like impressing me how strong magic defense is. Look at that. Like, that's remarkable. Like, he's just tanking it. I didn't realize how good it was. Should probably put protect from range on. Oh shoot, we misclicked. Whew, that was closer than it ever should have been, huh? Okay, it looks like we need to go and aggro. I think we're just gonna take the death on this account. See how Supreme kind of lost aggro? I don't really get that. So yeah, I'm just gonna teleport out now. Don't have a teleport, huh? Alright, so didn't go as smooth as it went yesterday, but that's part of the game. And now we're in here. Okay. So I need to learn how to do like multiple accounts at once. Yeah, it's so hard for me to like you know, because it's like I don't know, when the camera goes the wrong way and such, to kind of reorient it the right way, and then you know, I really don't get why the range guy, is it Supreme? Yeah, I think his name's Supreme, right? When Supreme decides to like de-aggro off of the other account. So yeah, we have a lot of blood magic. It looks like we're already a little low on food, but maybe we'll get a lot of bass and swordfish again, so. Okay. But yeah, now I can talk again. So we got here, and we're gonna go and so Tears on a Black Rose, what we're going for is Rex. He has the Berserker ring for us. We're on an Ironman, so we're gonna get our first ring, and it's gonna be our best in slot ring all the way until either Toa or Desert Treasure 2. Does it announce what you get? No. I thought maybe if that said Berserker Ring, that'd be funny. Of like, Gandalf the guy gets a Berserker Ring. I'm gonna go ahead and just sip this, I suppose. Get rid of it. And then I guess organize my bank in a way that's aesthetically pleasing to me. There we go. And then I guess we'll do some magic on our weight. 42 seconds and we'll get Rex back. Looks like that's about healed up. Alright. Yeah, I don't really get Supreme. Like, he was aggroing. Maybe he could sense me in the room and then he was trying to split the difference and then he just kind of switched aggro or something, but... yeah, that could have went much worse than it did. I think we got kind of lucky, to be honest. So... I think lucky's good enough for me. I'd rather things work out than not, so... my goal is not to become Rendy, so... you know, I don't know if I ever... you know, like, there's, like, you know, if I was to make, like, a skill level, like, thing, right, of, like, perfectly always hitting your metronome, you know, stuff like that. I don't know if I want that. Like, that's a lot of work to, like, get to that level, I feel. You know, maybe once you get good at it, it's not, or something, like, but, I don't know, I feel like that's more, the juice isn't worth the squeeze to me, I suppose. So, like, I kind of want to just have fun with the game. I don't know. You know, kind of, yeah, I guess I don't want to be tick perfect is my... like, I feel like that's such an investment in skill that... just let me at the bosses. Renarweed. Very nice. That was KC 101. And that's our first sip we have to do. Has it really been 6 minutes? Using my precious blood runes up. Suspicious water. That's what it's called. But maybe it's when he goes underneath. Yeah, he's called a spinal lips or whatever it's called when he's not. I'm trying to see if I can get them to line up in 2 spots together. Alright, looks like Rex is coming back. Oh, I had a feeling I was letting him get too close. But yeah, we're with our gray little Barney, our little lost Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. and our spoon carrier. We can still get spooned. We're at 101 kc, so at 128 is when I'm allowed to complain, but I think the math is 63% chance of getting it by 128. And of course, if you, some people get duplicates before 128. So if you add up all the duplicates, it turns out to, of course, on average 1. So the math is at 128, 63% of the people or whatever will get it. But, 37, if everyone did them, there would still add up to about 1, with the law of averages or whatever. And today we got our mithril ore. I guess this is free magic XP if I just hit these guys. But I feel like I should, we already went through a decent amount of food. We didn't bring our precious strawberries, so I might want to conserve my runes for hitting the boss more. Because, yeah, we only have 920 strikes. And it actually uses 2 of them for that, and it uses 4 of them for this one, so... That doesn't give us that many, but I think that will give us until our chaos runes run out, or until our anti-poison runs out. And if not, maybe I just go ahead and, while we have some time, we'll wait until we get desperate, just in case if it's hard to charge it up while these things are hitting us. This I think makes a little more sense for me. Yeah, the archaeologist is on our list. We'll be doing that. Yeah. So, okay, so the current plan is we're trying to get the Berserker Ring, and then I'm probably going to head to Royal Titans. And then after that, we're going to go and green log Archaeologist in the wilderness. And then we're also going to go and do barrow runs and deranged Archaeologist. So, we're going to use our, games teleport to go to Barrows, do a run, and then gear up, do a run at the Deranged Archaeologist. And then in that time, our games teleport thing will come back, and then we'll go back to Barrows, and we'll do a little pattern like that. But yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to maybe doing some Royal Titans soon. That we get a little bit of health. But yeah, so the way I'm gonna approach this account is my first goal is to get a Voidwaker blade. Is I kind of want to lock myself to the wilderness because it's content that I've always kind of avoided doing. Is I prefer not to go wilderness, basically. So I feel like I've done a decent amount on my group Ironman. And, you know, we already have a Void Waker on that account. And so then this account, that's kind of like the start of, like, that's goal number 1, and everything else is kind of just slowly getting us towards it. And we're kind of stopping off for a little bit of fun to go and do some things that I think are more fun now than they'll be later. You know, if I go and get 99 attack, strength, defense, and magic and have unlimited supplies, then certain things become a little too trivial. So yeah, I want to do some PVM with basically these stats before we get too good. Yeah, I should have bought some more Chaos Runes. I think we'll be fine, but... I need to find some anti-poison, because, you know, I'm kind of getting tired of picking them up. I'd said earlier, maybe, I'd seen that you can do, In Search of Knowledge, the quest for, that's in Phothos dungeon where Sarachnis is. You know, maybe I just go and camp those red spiders down there. Try to get my defense up to 65. Let me look at that quest, In Search of Knowledge. Can you put it on anything? Is there a certain level that you need? In Search. Any skill of over level 40, so we'll put that probably under Herblore. And so yeah, that's probably what... You know, maybe we'll do that next week some point. Because yeah, we do have 60... prayer banked. I kind of want to do some more sunlight antelopes. Ring of Life. Oh boy. Thank you, Rex. So yeah, I think that's like officially all the 1 in 128 drops. Besides the Berserker ring. So let's pull it up. Let's just eat a food. And then let's go loot tracker. So we got our Dragon Axe, 1 in 128. We got a Warrior Ring. I think this coal is maybe a 1 in... No, it's steel bars and iron ore, right? We got a Warrior Ring. We got a Rock Shell leg. We got 3 loops, which are like 1 in 109 or something like that. Rock Shell plate. 2 tooths, which are also 1 in 109-ish or so. We got a rune spear, which is a 1 in 2k. We got 150 iron ore. I'm pretty sure that's a 1 in 128. We got 2 super attacks. Each of those is 1 in 128. Our steel arrows, that was a rare drop, I believe. I don't remember what the rate is. I think it was like a 900 or something. I can't remember. A super strength, 1 in 128. We just got the Ring of Life, 1 in 128. Alright, he's getting a little too close for me. I really want that pet. Like on my other account too. And he definitely looks like a Ninja Turtle from that view, huh? A little red headband thing going on. Let's see if he turns for us. Come on, Prime. Well, he's being a little shy. Wait till he directly faces us, I suppose. But even him, you can kind of see like how it looks like the headband over the eyes. Am I imagining that? Let me look. Let me pull up Mr. Raphael. Alright, is he almost? Nope, not quite. Raphael, Ninja Turtle. Where's just the classic one? That one's classic enough for me. I think Prime kind of looks like Mr. Raphael. Those red eyes. A Fremenic Helm. That's a 1 in 64. Alright, let's see. Say cheese. He's so camera shy, huh? Alright, brother. We gave him armor yesterday. Let's go ahead and give him some armor now. And yeah, I think we're gonna have to cast a lot more blood magic today than yesterday. We're already kind of getting a little low on food, and well, we still have a lot of anti-poison, so. Alright, let's go for it. Let's go uncharge. And then let's go ahead and charge it up. And this time let's put in like... Oops. Let's go ahead. Put in 1200. Did we get it? Cool. Oof, nice close. That gives us a little bit more if we needed those. And, well, hopefully we don't run out of that, but we'll have to try again if not. Let me get a couple of these tasty bursts in. Alright, I think that's probably what we want. Oh. I didn't like the way my guy pathed. I feel like he went up a little too early, because I don't really know the exact radar. Good morning, welcome to the stream. Look at my inventory. He gave me the wrong ring. I wasn't happy with his proposal, so I told him to try again. Alright, let's pull up Mr. Rex. Let's see what 1 in 128s we haven't gotten yet. And then let's also look at what the 150 steel arrows are. So steel arrows is a rare drop, I think. And it's 1 in 1,000. And then we also got this, it's not highlighting it. Is that a nature talisman and a fire talisman? So the nature talisman is a 1 in 2,987, and the fire one is a 1 in 896. So I think we're gonna green log this. I think we're gonna get the cosmic next, the chaos talisman. We'll get the pet. We'll get some more rockshall legs. Oh boy. Yeah, we'll see. I don't think I brought enough chaos runes. I forgot that it was double. I thought it was 1-to-1 blood to chaos. So I kind of uncharged some of my scepter. And you can see like the earth runes here, right? But I don't know. Because we're kind of low on food too. Now we have 2 rock shell legs. Just in case, you know. Maybe it was, I'm taking on the respectable pants mantle now, so gotta make sure I have 2 pairs just in case if I get like a stain on one of them, I can just go and switch them out real quick. Looks like they're going a little hard on me right now. Oops. Did we get hit? No. So we'll just do a little slower kill this time and get some health back. Have we gotten a shark yet? We've not gotten a shark yet. So a shark is a 1 in 128. I'm gonna go ahead and eat a fox real quick. We're yet to get any like gems. Sapphire is 1 in 45, Emerald is 1 in 90, Ruby is a 1 in 182. I did see a runite bar, didn't I? No, it's an adamant bar. Okay. Alright, looks like we're almost healed up, so let's go ahead and switch back to the scepter. Okay, Mr. Rex. So there's 7 1 in 128 potions, and we've gotten more than 7, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We've gotten 8. What we haven't got is a prayer pot yet, or a super defense, I think. We've gotten the iron ore. We haven't gotten steel bars yet. Have we gotten a mithril 2-hand? We've gotten multiple Fremenic helmets. Oh, rune axe is 128 as well. I didn't know that. We've gotten 5. No, it's an adamant axe. We got 2 of those. Okay. So yeah. It's crazy how many of those drops we've gotten before 107. Like mathematically, that's kind of impressive, to be honest. So I guess we have a rock shell leg now that we can risk in the wilderness. I don't know where you want tank armor in the wilderness, to be honest. I feel like Frostlight is probably going to outclass it. Where do you need to tank and not pray? Going to like the bone altar place or something? Oh. Gotta tank him a few times. I don't have any prayer at the moment. We're a beast. Oh, I meant in the wilderness of like, where do you, if I was to risk it, this is my second rock shell, so I'm like, maybe I can go risk it in the wilderness. I wish the sound effect was a little louder, because it feels like, you know, oftentimes I feel like I'm not fighting. Like, oh, am I AFK? We got quite the fit going on, you know, with the mystic boots. I was a little lazy. I was going to actually update my thumbnail for today, because I always do the same thumbnail. I was going to try to get a picture of my guy doing his little one eye little strike with this. Like, this is almost the perfect shot if I got rid of my user interface right here, this little square, and if I got rid of the Rex stuff. Another dragon axe, oh boy. Oh boy. Well, I guess, you know, that one's actually a good drop, I guess. All right. Well, we're off to a start. I already regret taking the Chaos Runes out of here because we're using them so much quicker. So let's go ahead. There's so many attacking us, so I don't think we're going to get one off right now. But let's put in like 400, 600 charges, I guess. Okay, well, we'll do it when there's some times where they're not aggressive, so. Little momentary glitches in the matrix. Yeah, I forgot that I can't believe, for some reason I thought it was 1-to-1. So we're probably gonna have to leave here because we're gonna run out of Chaos Runes probably. Unless we get, you know, of course if we get the Berserker Ring, but also if we get a lot of food drops, then we won't have to use as much blood magic, and we'll be able to save some of these Chaos Runes. Alright, what you got for me, Mr. Spoonmeister? Okay, looks like there's only one. Well, now there's two. Maybe I should just... Oh, there's three of them. Gotta anticipate the moment. Okay, what did we say? Like 600 of them? That's too many, 600. We want to do like 300. I want to put 600 runes in, but that's 300 charges. Let me try to put the... Maybe like it doesn't allow Earth Rune. Oh, okay, okay. So yeah, if you try to put Earth Rune in it, it doesn't like it, but if you put Chaos Rune, it will come up. Better we just got really lucky on our first Chaos Rune, because it's not doing it now. Okay, let's go ahead and burst some of these guys. I think that's more efficient, because it's, you have a higher max hit with it, so if you're hitting 2 of them with it. I think we might get hit. Nope. Okay, cool. Maybe there's a Chaos Rune drop in the rare table. No. I'm gonna heal up since there's like 5 of these things attacking me. Try to keep up so I don't have to use... I want to save as much food as possible at this point. Because we're going through it at I think yesterday we just... they just gave us so much food drops that it, like we were leaving them on the ground because we didn't have inventory spots to conserve it all. Alright, that's probably good on health for the moment. Well, hopefully that, you know, I'm gonna say it 1,000 times, but, you know, if we just get the drop, then we don't have to worry about how many Chaos Runes we have and if we're gonna run out or not before I run out of anti-poison. But Boys. A Dragon Med Helm? You can't script this. +4 range defense. That's our best in slot helmet now. For tanking at least. One in 2048. Or no. Yeah, 1 in 2048. D-Med, let's go. Oh, man. Rex is where you go to get uniques, boys. Just don't come for a Berserker. Come for anything else. We're gonna green log. I'm gonna go start Legends quest so that we can go get a better chance of getting this square left half. Right now it's a 1 in 4K to get a shield left half, and then it drops down to 1 in 432 maybe or something. More, I don't know how to read it. There's a lot of information on how to get shields depending on Ring of Wealth and depending on doing the quest, and I feel like I don't like where I'm at. Alright, what's better, 3 magic attack or 4 range defense? I think it's probably the magic attack at this point. It's hard to say. Nice. Congrats. That's such a that was like the iconic thing that we always wanted on our when we were younger, was to get the Dragon Full Med helm, or Dragon Full Helm helmet. Can't say that correctly, huh? You got that little like tail on it. It was just so cool. Like that was the dream. Because we wanted to get you know, eventually I forget the order of stuff, right? But we wanted to have the full Bandos armor with the red attack cape and the with the full helm. Yeah, I imagine that will do it, huh? Need an industrial level forklift for that one. We had tried one time to pick up a forklift with another forklift. I just remembered that thought when you said that. Is we used to like, we had a flower shop, so we had to, it was like a outdoor landscape shop. And so we had to bring everything in and out. So we had all these like cinder blocks, all these, you know, what else did we have? Cinder blocks, pallets, just, you know, multiple truckloads of material. And they wanted to like speed it up a certain way. They're like, oh, what if we wanted to like put more stuff onto the truck, so we wanted to lift a forklift up and put it on another one. And yeah, it 100% did not work. What is the drop rate on that full helm, anyways? Oops, I think we're probably gonna get hit. Nope. Oh boy. Doesn't even make sense. 1 in 32k. Well, your odds go up, I think, with the, is it if you do the funeral pyre or whatever? We were talking about the funeral pyre yesterday, weren't we? Is that, you get like the chewed bones and then you go? I've never looked into actually how to like do it, because it's just so ridiculous of a drop, right? Alright, Mithril Dragons. Full helm, 1 in 32k. And then where's like that chewed bones or whatever it's called too? Chewed bones. I think they're called chewed bones. Am I going crazy? Maybe I am. Chewed. Yeah, chewed bones. I didn't see it on the drop table, but I was kind of blind. Maybe that's how I should have gotten my Mithril Grapple earlier. Should have went and killed some Mithril Dragons first. Yeah, that's crazy. The drop rate on how to go for a Dragon Full Helm. And so that's, if my quick math is obviously not going to be rounded, so you know, we can change the 1 in 10k to 3 in 30k, add those both up, and you get 4 in 30k. I think I want to eat another food just to give me an inventory spot. You know, just in case if I get some more rings of life, you know? Yeah. So if I want to go for a Dragon Visage, I should go and try to get my full home at the same time. I'm sure there's like an extreme one chunk barbarian account or something out there. I'm sure one of you crazy guys are out there. You mad lads. We're gonna do it without any anti-fire protection. We're gonna flinch 20,000 dragons with a bronze axe. Alright, do we think Helm and Nesnot, or do we think Dragon Medhelm for this? I probably should switch over to my scepter. Only have so many chaos runes, and I'm kind of wasting them when I do this spell. We'll see how much we miss. Maybe that's what it makes it. It's like I feel like I'm hitting almost every time. So there's one miss. There's 2 misses. There's 3 misses. Alright, Helm and Nesnot it is. For that plus 3 magic versus the 4 magic range defense. Dragon Medhelm, you had 1 chance. I know, you are right on that. I think you're onto something, but you know, I'm trying to represent my fallen brothers over here with the Nesnot, but alright, we'll go. Oh, okay, I got it, guys. We'll go Dragon Medhelm for the 1.5 minutes where we wait for Rex, and we'll go Nesnot when we go and fight him. Get that full min-max strat. There's different levels, guys, you know. I'm gonna start like helmet switching while I'm striking. I'm gonna hit him with the Nesnot, and then I'm gonna switch to the D-Med for the tank hit, and then switch back. Looks like these guys are on the same attack cycle, so let's go ahead and try to do this again. We want to put in 300. Ugh. Oof. Not quite. Well, we were able to do the switch once, so we should be able to do it again, hopefully. To charge up our staff again. I feel like I'm not in the right spot. So you gonna attack me? No, okay, cool. I feel like I should come up a little higher on the lure. Might have to start sipping prayer pots and doing rapid restore. some reason I thought they dropped rune axes. Maybe it's just prime. Rune throne axes, I mean to say. Well, there's our rune axe itself. That's the one in 128. Alright, Dagannoth Rex. Oh, I wanted to look up if my memory was good or not. Rune Throne Axe. I could have remembered, or I kind of remember getting them from doing this. But at that point we were tri-breeding, so. Yeah, you get them from Supreme. Okay, 1 in 25 to get 5 to 10 of them. We got another Wilderness Risk. When we go and do our Moss Giant task, we'll go and canoe up with a Rune Axe to save 10 ticks. But yeah, I'm waiting for these Spinalips to kind of... Sometimes they kind of leave you alone for like 30 seconds. I'm gonna have to pay attention to it and get these charges back into my staff, because... You know, 900 of these don't last forever. Thank you, brother. We're styling today. We just got a D-Med drop from here. We got another rock shell. We got 2 rock shells, 2 axes. We got this. Look at this inventory. 1, 2, 3, 4 rares. I think I know what's gonna come next. The Warp Scepter is approximately as good as the Ivan's staff right now. So when you get to, I think, level like 82 or 3 or 4, it's the same DPS, but then a 4-tick weapon is better. And there's a super strength. That's 1 in 28. Yeah, so in Ivan's Blast, I don't really want to go and do, you know, recharging it up and all that kind of stuff. But the second reason is also I'm on Ancient Spellbook right now. But yeah, my max hit right now is only an 18, so it's if we look at raw DPS, it's you know, it's 10% worse at the moment, but then you got overkill and stuff that, you know, changes it slightly. Oh boy, we're taking some serious damage right there. I think we should probably start blasting him. Okay, we got a 2 set up, so we'll go for a Blood Burst now. Alright, that's probably good. Okay, there's only 1 on us. We got 7 seconds. Let's see if we can do it quick. Alright, we finally got it. Cool. I miscalculated. I didn't, you know. I thought it was 1-to-1 blood to chaos for the blood spell. I don't like where we're at, so let me try to lure him up. We're a beast now. We got a Dragon Medhelm. He can't touch us. I'll have to stand up and do some MC Hammer. I can't not see the Oblivion sign now when I look at his little hand. I feel like Oblivion kind of implies like a lack of spoon. So he's the anti-spoon, right? Oblivion? Oblivion definition. You know, I know it's kind of like a state of being unaware or unconscious of what's happening. But what's the actual etymology of it? Forgetfulness. Yeah, we need to get that leather coif going again. I don't really know if I have a better, what my best in slot range helmet is. I think it's still that leather coif. You know, we've moved on. You know, we're no longer that frog leather booted strawberry eater. We're a D med helm enjoyer, and you know we're a tank. We got our shield, it is called a shield, but it's our cape slot shield, right? Tortugan shield. I think we're probably gonna drop this Ring of Life. But yeah, 12 more and we're on rate, so. And then you guys aren't going to be ready, because then I'm allowed to complain. It's kind of the rules, you know? Okay, I think that's probably good enough. Run away. Flee! I think I'm gonna need to work on my quotes. I need to like master all of my. I seem to always go to Lord of the Rings, but like Denethor, the steward, when he's like panicking when all the orcs are at Gondor, he's like, "Flee, run!" Oh shoot! Oh boy, I think I'm in the same timeline. I already know what I'm going to get on KC-128. And that is the warrior ring. Something in my bones, I can feel it. I'm starting to think of what I'm going to start dropping on the ground. It's kind of like this order, I suppose. Because yeah, we're starting to, let's go ahead and put our ancient staff on, I guess. Get a couple heals. Fremennik Blade. Let's go give our Fremennik fallen comrades May you die with a sword in your hand. Ripperoni. I have to think that the double strike here is worth it, because the max hit is pretty substantial. I think it's like a 15 versus like a 21. So getting 2 of them for double the cost of spell, but like, you know, 30, 40, whatever percent higher, it's not too bad. Am I too early on that? No, okay, cool. My intuition is failing me on the, I've been so confident on the lures for like 100 kills, but today I feel like I'm 2 squares away where I'm supposed to be. And at this point, we really can't afford to eat too much more food. So these chaos runes are going to start disappearing. I guess we'll see what runs out first. Our scepter or our ancient magic. And whatever, we just have to go get more anti-poison, go buy some more runes. Good thing I did some... I got into a really good flow yesterday. I was split screen, you know, watching my content while doing some salvaging, and I was listening to Ordon Village on repeat basically for 5 or 6 hours, I feel. I actually worked later into the night than I usually do too. Yeah, I think we're going to use a lot more of these strikes. But yeah, I mean, whatever happens, happens, I suppose. We could have prepped a tiny bit better, but I think we're pretty happy with the amount of kills we were going to get. Oh, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I kind of got lazy on cutting my hair, so I did it last night. See how, see how it treats me. My head's not too cold. Last time I, buzzed my head was, maybe it was colder outside than it is now, but I started getting, I'm right next to the window right here. And this is the far corner of the apartment, so it's like kind of the coldest spot. So my skull was like getting cold during stream, and let's go and fight Rex, I guess, while we're talking. Excuse me, Rex. Where are you going? Look how much bigger he is. He's a goon, huh? It's a big boy. Some reason I'm really I feel like I don't know if blind spot's the right word. There's a better word than that. the way I like consumed like movies, shows, like media, I guess is what I'm gonna call it. I don't know if that's the best word, but like books and fantasy and everything. I feel like I grew up, you know, when I was like before I turned 5. You know, like the costumes we would wear were like Batman and Spider-Man, but like that was before I even like remember watching them, you know. And so then after that, we didn't really like, we did some like Mortal Kombat, I guess is what I was into at that, like when I was around 5, when I moved houses. Started watching a lot of Mortal Kombat and like playing the game and even the movie. And that was like, I was Scorpion for like probably like 4 Halloweens, or maybe at least 2 or 3, but Scorpion and Sub-Zero, basically. I think it was essentially, I don't know if I've ever been anything but Batman, Scorpion, or Sub-Zero for Halloween, you know? I only celebrated it, you know, up till I was like 8 or 9, but pretty sure those were the only ones. And so what I'm trying to get to is, I watched a lot of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, that I know. I watched some of like the Batman show, but not that much. I didn't watch any like, I kind of remember some Justice League or whatever. But what I'm trying to get to is like, I kind of want to get into like some comic shows. I don't know if there's any good ones of like, I started getting recommended this Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle collaboration with Batman, and it kind of looked interesting, so I don't know, maybe I'll try to watch that. But you know, I'd kind of been recommended to watch, I think it's called like Omni-Man or whatever. I haven't watched that, but you know, maybe I go and do something like that. But I feel like I didn't really I talked to this worker at the gym, and she was named after a character in Spawn, and I had watched Spawn before I was 5 as well. So I'm like, I put on like half the episode of like one of the cartoons or whatever of that, and I don't know. And so yeah, I feel like I never really got into comics and, you know, associated like, okay, yeah, I'll have to put that on. Is that Invincible? Let me look. Some reason that's giving me the same image of Omni-Man. Is that the same? Invincible? Images. That looks like him, right? That's him, right? That's the name of... Okay, I never knew the show. I thought it was just called Omni-Man. So that shows you how little I've done it. Alright, our inventory's full. We can drop our super attack. I don't think we're gonna care for that, huh? And there's Sexy Rexy. You know, the book that I'm kind of writing is eventually going to kind of turn into what I understand Omni-Man. You know, it's not going to be it's not going to be one-to-one, but it's going to be some similar themes. Of my character is going to be, he's similar to like, he's not Superman level, but he's, he doesn't really have like a inability physically to like do what he needs to do. That's not what his struggle is. His struggle is to not become a tyrant, basically. And I think if I understand Omni-Man in the Invincible franchise, there's a lot of those types of subjects covered. Of, I think there's some of them like make cults, and others like, you know, I don't know exactly what it is, but so I don't know. It might help me with my second book, because my first book I kind of know, my third book I kind of know. It's the second middle book that I kind of don't have a lot of the exactly knowing where I want to go with it yet. So yeah, it's within certainty. I think I need to go and kind of see what's in that. See if it inspires. I just got a nothing drop. I feel like a nothing drop is a rare drop. Let's see what it is. Nothing. Oh, 1 in 20. It's not too bad. I've probably gotten many of those. Because it's the first one I noticed. You know, I liked the first season of The Boys. Maybe I just was done with like the shock and you know, I kind of fell out of love with Game of Thrones around the same time probably, or I don't really quite remember how it all landed, but I don't even know if I've there's probably like 2 or 3 seasons of that I didn't watch. But that kind of has that similar what if Batman was did I say Batman? What if Superman was not like moral? But yeah, good to know about the Batman Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. I'll have to, I think that's probably what I'll watch first then, because it's a low commitment one. I think it's just like a movie special or something. But yeah, I don't know how many times I watched that that movie where they go to Japan. It's like the live action. That 90s, I think it's a 90s movie. So I guess that's number 1, and then I guess if I'm going for a series, I'll go Invincible. Haha, nice. Yeah, I have a lot of memories of going to Blockbuster and finding movies and you know, I used to you know, I lived with my aunt and uncle, but my mom was in an apartment nearby. And so she would pick us up, you know, after school, and we'd go and hang out with her, or on weekends sometimes or whatever. And that was one of the things that we used to do, was a lot of video games. So that's kind of where I played a lot of Zelda. That's where I played a lot of, you know, at the main house, we played Sega and N64, all of like the WrestleMania and, you know, Mario Party and Kart and Mortal Kombat 3, that like arcade one or whatever. But then I think like the GameCube is what we played with at my mom's place, and there was like all the 3D ones, the Mortal Kombats, we played there. But anyways, yeah, we had much different rules between the 2 places. You know, our uncle would watch like these like gory, not gory, but like, you know, action movies that, you know, had bones breaking sometimes and stuff like that, right? But then, you know, there were certain things that we weren't allowed to watch for whatever reason. But like we would watch it with our uncle like every day. Like it wasn't like a once in a while, it was like literally every day. Some action movie or something would turn on. But long story that I'm trying to get to is the only thing, like we went to Blockbuster so much, and there were a lot of movies that we picked and watched and everything like that. But the only one I can remember is, you know, as like a first or second grader, we went and watched Pulp Fiction. And my brother fell in love with Uma Thurman, and we watched Kill Bill as well. And yeah, I'll always just kind of remember going there, and there would be like 5 or 6, you know, of that movie. Like each display spot would have some behind it too. These different main movies that you can go and grab and rent. Like it wasn't just like one spot, it was like a bunch of spots, and we'd kind of circle the whole place and kind of like try to find movies to watch. And if I'm not careful, I'm gonna get 128 without noticing. It's like, oh, we probably should pay attention. We might be I feel like there's a lot of action going on me right now. Let's go ahead and start healing up a little. If I don't heal up, I'm gonna run out of food. But yeah, that's where we played Zelda. I played so much Mortal Kombat as a kid, of like all of the games. You know, I forget the names of them, but I played all of them a lot, but there was the Quan Chi and the Shang Tsung Deadly Alliance, I think it's called. That was my game, and you got to like use weapons in that game, of like you had all these like attack styles. I think I mained Scorpion or Sub-Zero, I think was the one I went with. But in like all future games, I basically was Scorpion was the one I was best with. Yeah, I'm gonna have to remember that. Oblivion means forgetfulness. That's interesting to me. This little Oblivion. You know, it's the Elder Scrolls. I never actually played Oblivion. I've essentially only played Skyrim. I've tried to play a little bit of Oblivion, but it didn't. I didn't give it a fair shake. But I was just kind of not interested, I guess, in learning how to play, and didn't have the attention span to get past like the opening chapter. It's hard to go back into older games you don't have memory with. Oh, okay. Yeah, I actually did take, you know, so that's my Oblivion moment. Oblivious, right? It's probably the same root. Yeah, I took French my freshman and sophomore year of high school, and some reason I feel like there was a part of me that had seen that before. All right, we're getting down to 350 cast of our. Okay. I have a little bit of French roots in me. I think my great grandpa was French. And then, oh, nice. Yeah, I'm not a pro by any means on etymology, but that's kind of one of my interests too. But yeah, my great grandfather was French, and my grandparents had to escape a war, and they had to live in, I think they went to France and Italy before they eventually went to, so that's the reason why they picked Michigan, is Detroit was a French name. So they're like, and you know, obviously it's, at the time it was one of the top cities when they had moved. But yeah, language is definitely I don't know if I'll come up with a good one, but there's a lot of them on my list of like just being really, really interested in what the word, the original meaning of it, but then also what, like, there's like different classes of my interest. So one of them is like, you know, what, like a group of people, and then it gets turned into a word. You know, what's a good one I can think of? Like, to be frank, you know, frank for the, you know, I think that origin of that word is like a free man, frank. It's like, to be frank, it's like a, in opposition to like a slave, basically. But it's been a while since I looked at the word. There's another loop. Like stoic, like when someone says to be stoic, and you know what that actually means. When someone says cynical, when that actually means the absolute gall. The gall on this person, huh? You know, fee fi fo fum. I'm pretty sure that was a Gaelic phrase. So there's like a lot of these things that it's, you know, on the spot I can't think of them. There's just too many of them, I guess, too. Well, some of them I have in my head, but I just don't want to go into the subject. So that's kind of where I'm kind of getting stopped at, I guess. Because then we're going to turn into a maybe too philosophical for my current mood. All right, we're at KC 124. So, you know, animosity is for animus, and that was like a, you know, maybe it has a root word before what I'm going to say it is, but you know, like a lot of the psychology of the, you know, 1900s, 1950s or whatever. Probably. Well, it's never too early, I guess, for that, but it's kind of like, you know, we don't know where I'm gonna end up, and we're kind of I'm kind of ready to get my Berserker ring. Alright, there we go. We're getting our one time. See the one time. Oh, it's so nice that we're going to be done with this Berserker ring. On KC 125, we get Mithril Ore. Alright, I'm gonna use my one time for 128. But yeah, there's... You know, so I'll just use like the weird ones then. And, you know, weird is a word that I always... Whenever I hear someone say the word weird, I pay more attention. And to me, weird is like from the Greek origins of the word. The weird sisters, like the fates, you know. But, you know, so the reason why I pay attention is because it's kind of like this person is, something is weirding them out. So there's like a, you're actually hearing their thoughts, or like, there's like a, there's something that's like beyond the normal thing they feel safe expressing, or something like that, right? Like this weird connection. There's like this something that's throwing them off. And so that's, you know, some reason whenever I hear that word, it heightens my attention to what they're gonna say. And it wasn't until I like had made the connection to the Greeks that had started happening to me. Like before then I was like, yeah, that's kind of weird, huh? Like someone would, oh, like it was kind of like didn't give it too much attention. Uh-oh, we're starting to get some drops. We might be able to stay a little longer. We're not going to run out of our chaos runes as quick as we're regretting. So let's, I think we'll drop our Ring of Life, cast it into the water. I think we'll just drop our Rune Axe. I think we'll survive without it. Doesn't she throw in Titanic? You know, I was thinking of Frodo too, but in Titanic, doesn't she like throw it in the water? Or am I kind of misremembering something? I feel like there was like a moment like that, right? I feel like I haven't watched that movie in ever. Probably like when I was 6. This one's for you, Jack. Okay, let's go ahead and switch back. But yeah, we have what? I'm trying to see how long I've been here. It says I've been streaming for 2 hours. I don't know how long it took me to get here, but probably been here for like an hour and a half, maybe. We're at KC 126. I think I'm going to start using the absolute gall. Like that's like a... I think that's going to come into my vocab now. Or my, you know, vocab's not the right word, but... my lexicon. Alright, well that wasn't our fated drop on that one. But the next one is. Next one is KC 128. I'm gonna get the drop, get out of here, and then start mining. I don't know. What am I gonna do next after I get this drop on this kill? Like, we already know what's happening, right? I have to get to 60 mining to do lunar diplomacy. But yeah, I was gonna say, some reason I didn't go for it, but after I do this kill, I kind of have to use the restroom again. I feel like I've been, something's changed. Maybe it's like less cold. I'm holding on to less water or something, I don't know. But my rate is going way up. Like usually I make it one stream, take one break. And on our 128th kill, what are we gonna get? You know, each kill is, you know, it's a little less than 1%, but it's not that far away from 1%. You know, last time I ran to the bathroom while these things were attacking me, they almost killed me, and right now I see that there's 6 of them on me. It's like they know. They're watching. With their little... Look at them little spooky eyes. Good thing that poison activated. But yeah, we're gonna go run to the bathroom. I'm actually gonna preemptively turn my camera off. Or, you know, maybe I can just go like this from now on. Is that this turns it so it no longer tracks me. You guys don't want to see what else is in my room, you know? A very private person. You'll see all my pens out. No, I'm just kidding. It's just not as organized over there on my other desk. And the camera's gonna follow me to the hallway. So I turn my camera off usually when I get up. The nothing drop. Is this all I meant to you? Okay, let me use the restroom. I'll be right back. What? 37 seconds. Not dead. That huge nothing drop, right? I guess we'll eat a food, why not? Alright, Rexy. It doesn't feel like I made 2.6 mil. I don't know why I didn't think of this until just this moment, but like, you know, I saw like the emojis, but it was hard to see them. But my screen is not like that big, so I just made it bigger, so I can actually read without squinting now. It's only taken me like 3 months to do that. I still can't see what the first one is. Too little. Is that another nothing drop? Alright. So, I'm allowed to complain, guys. So like, I don't really know how to complain, to be honest. I need to go take some like acting lessons. If you learn how to complain, I think that means you're a good actor. Pretty sure that's how it works. If you actually like think about it, you know? Let me turn my camera back to being focused. Oh yeah, so much easier to read. I think I'm a little early, but yeah. You have to tank 2 hits. Ha! Can't touch me. It's kind of cool how pathing works in the game, right? So I was underneath them, but then I jumped 2 squares, I must have, until you couldn't touch me. I'm gonna start seeing in ticks. I'm gonna turn everything in this game into squares and blocks. So like, I'm gonna get a plugin where Rex is no longer, it's just gonna be like a blue square. It's gonna say Dagonoff Rex. Hit point. 128 out of 255. And then I'm gonna click on his bottom square and then click away. I'm gonna flinch him like that. Like, hit him, step under. Hit him, step under. I'm gonna invent the new meta. Oh boy. They're hitting. think we'll eat a food. Okay, cool. They lined up for me now. They really lined up. Come on, give me a big hit. I have to look it up on the internet. How to complain. How to complain about drop rate. No, just kidding. Alright, looks like they lined up for me again. Is there actually any benefit of bringing this ancient... I mean, there is, yeah. Okay, never mind. I was just thinking out loud again of, like... I don't really need to, you know, use an ancient staff to cast this, but I do like the utility of just one-clicking him. You know, I could just go like this, right? But... it does feel much nicer to... Oops. And yeah, I do feel like the shield is, you know, now I'm thinking about all my efficiency again. Of like how this shield is worth the inventory spot. Of like, I could be wearing the cloak. You know what I am interested in is like, where did they come up with Dagonoth? Is that an actual like mystical creature I'm unaware of? Yeah, I feel like it's a unique RuneScape thing. I'm not seeing it anywhere else. That's kind of cool. You know, a lot of the things in a lot of like this game and in most games, I feel like they all kind of use the same types of monsters and such, and I think they kind of got a little creative with these Spinalips. Like, is that from something I'm not aware of? Kind of want to get into Norse mythology at some point. Yeah, I feel like those are just RuneScape specifics. Okay. That makes some sense. I'm bad at pronouncing it, but isn't that like the Kaluthu or whatever? The little tentacle thing? Oh, Rex is back. Get over here. Let's not get attacked by Prime, though. Yeah, I'm guessing we're gonna have to leave because we run out of charges. But I mean, it's... we've used about half of them, right? Or is it more than a half? And we're about halfway done with our anti-poison. It's kind of crazy, all of like the books I haven't read and like the worlds I haven't like digested. You know, some reason I really want to read, there's a lot of books, but I feel like I want to read Frankenstein some reason. Okay. There's our sapphire. Oh boy. I don't think that one's too bad. I think that was our first drop of it, but I think that's a 1 in 50. Let's go ahead and get some bursting on. Oh, one of them ran away. Two of them ran away. Can't be doing that to me. I wonder if we should just heal up a little bit more. Alright, we got some bursting to do. Oh, he ran away again. You know, because the max hit is only a 15 on a 5 tick, whereas the my other weapon, the Warp Scepter, is obviously an 18 on a 4 tick, so. What I want to know is if I can hit this guy. Let's just test it. No. I wanted to see if it can hit Rex with the Spinelips. But I don't know. I'd have to look it up, but I'm pretty sure this is the only square that counts, but you know, I guess I shouldn't have skipped my Armadillo Chinchampa. If I did that, I probably would know of like hitting the minions. You have to like lure them to a certain corner to like make sure that the splash damage goes onto the large creature and only hits them in one square or not. Let's go ahead and switch back, I think. Maybe one more heal. Maybe one more. That's probably good. It's because I didn't bring my strawberries. These only heal for, what is it, like 19-ish, maybe? Compared to my 24, 25, whatever it is for strawberry basket. And that made all the difference. Get a lot of mithril ore here. Or at least I do. For some reason I don't see it on my drop table. I wonder if it's like, oh, there it is. 1 in 300 of them, so like 6 drops. Okay, yeah, he drops them. They're 1 in 25, and you get them 12, so you get on average a little less than 2 per kill. So not too off of the estimate. What do you guys think? Think I'm gonna get a tooth before I leave? We got a loop. We've we've gotten 3 or 4 loops and 2 teeth, but we've also gotten 2 crystal keys before leaving. There's no reason to burst. I'm already at 65 health. There you go. There's my Ninja Turtle shot that I was trying to get earlier. Doesn't that look like one? See his little eyes, and then he's got his little bandana on the back? Give you guys a second to look. And there you go. Man, they're really on me right now. I feel like we need to make sure we get to the 60s before we switch over to the scepter. My poor Chaos Runes. I really thought I brought enough, but it was just that yeah, just that miscalc. It's twice as much. Okay, let's go ahead and switch back. Alright, you guys ready for the first, I guess it's not a complaint, but it's the first, how do I phrase that, I guess? I'll just say it or whatever, then, because I can't think of a good way to frame it right now. But, mild gripe. So, well, it's not a secret, but, you know, we're at KC 133, so it feels like we're almost there, right? But technically, we're not any closer to getting the drop than we were on KC 1. We got a shark drop, boys. I think that was one of our last 1 in 28s that we could have gotten. We're gonna take the shark home too. You know, there's a universe out there where I never get the Berserker ring, you know? There's no guarantee that you'll ever get a drop. So, I could be here for the next 2 years. You know, each drop is independent roll, you know? Any one drop, you know? You're never really that likely to get it. This could become the most cursed account of all time. It might take me 10,000 kills. Or it could take me 1. Let's go. Where are you at, Rex? I guess we can start using Warp Scepter a little bit more. Kind of, that's gonna the more Warp Scepter strikes we do, the longer our chaos runes will last. We're almost 75 magic. That's, you know, when I go and do Royal Titans, I don't really know if I want to attack the minions, you know? I think our defense is pretty low and our health is not that high, so maybe, and our DPS is not the best. Okay, we're getting destroyed right now. We're gonna have to eat a shark because the game ticks. There we go. Go back to that. And try to get some burst in instead of talking. Get the most out of our chaos runes if we can get that third guy to come back. Okay, let's not attack anymore. Gotta really min-max this. Make use of every resource we got on this drop. Or on this, you know, we're not leaving here until we leave with the Berserker ring, so. They're gonna have to carry me out. Or maybe I'll just end up in oblivion, forgotten. If I die, guys, will you come and put a blade in my hand? I didn't like the way Prime was looking at me. Let me see if I can get that angle. Oh. Almost got it. That Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle angle. And you know, now that I've seen Supreme, Supreme really looks like one because you can kind of see the little bandana behind him. I guess it's taking me this long to look at his feet. Kind of look like bird feet to me. He really likes to drop Mithril Warhammers, huh? Got an 11 of them. What's the drop rate on that? Alright, not too bad. 1 in 11. 11 times 11 was that 131? Do I remember from the last time I was in an algebra class? 121, right? Ooh, they're lining up for me. Well, not for long. That sweet, sweet heals. That shark drop is actually going to come in clutch, I think. Especially when we clutch our Berserker ring. You know, we were talking about etymology. I'm curious to know if Berserker is a Norwegian or Scandinavian term. You know, from like Odin and the Berserkers, I would imagine. But, you know, it's possible that someone else called them that. So I think once we get this set up, I might look into the origin of the word. I felt a little too close for comfort. Alright, let's see. Berserker. Bazaka. I can't do my Japanese. Bazaka. From Fate Zero, the way she says it. Berserker. Old Norse. And yeah, I thought it came from bear, but maybe not. Bear shirt. I actually should have, I think I've looked it up before. Well, I think Earth sign is also bear. Could be mistaken. Yeah, the Berserker. So Ber, bear, and then Zerker for shirt. Interesting. You know, Norse is a Germanic language, and English is also a Germanic language, so it does say the term has been borrowed into English from Icelandic. You know, also berserk, so all three words kind of. Yeah. Oh, we've wasted a lot of runes. It's gonna make me go berserk. Oh, that's so now I'm gonna permanently have that in my head. That's kind of cool. You know, I've been kind of getting into watching, you know, I'll kind of repeat myself from time to time, but I made the new account, right? My new YouTube account, the Courageous Comfort account. And so whenever I'm on this computer, not my laptop that I usually had been using for YouTube and such, well, it treats me like a new person. And so you get a lot of like cute animal recommendations and such. And well, cute animals turn into Steve Irwin probably, and Steve Irwin turns into alligators and such, and bears and sharks, and but I've gotten a lot more bear and lion video recommendations than most people probably have in the last month. And I've been clicking a lot of the bear ones, I think. So maybe it's the appropriate time for me to go berserk. And you know, Odin is, you know, someone that I've always, not always, but in the last few years has kind of caught my attention more, I guess. And he's kind of like the, you know, I'm not an expert when it comes to like literature and all these different types of things, but to me, he's like the origin of like wizards, basically. He's like that. He wasn't always like seen as like this grand king or whatever. Odin, Wotan, it's kind of like this traveler in the woods. He's kind of like And so he would go and cause people to go berserk to come join him in Valhalla for Ragnarok, is kind of the story to my knowledge. It was like he kind of he's trying to find the greatest warriors to help or to fight with him or something, so that he can escape, because he has the gift of foresight. He trades his eye for foresight. And so yeah, to me he's like the lone wizard. You know, before wizard, I guess, was a word. This lone, strange man in the forest that caused people to go crazy. And so to me, Gandalf, that's what my other account is, right? Gandalf. You know, Tolkien was a big fan of different time periods. You know, he liked Saxon times, but I think he also was you know, he obviously is like, he's accredited for Beowulf being one of like a main contributor to a lot of the understanding in Beowulf. Like, even if he didn't write Lord of the Rings, he would have been renowned for, you know, etymology, right? But for the such. And so yeah, to me, I see the three characters as being the same, but in a different time period. You know, what's the acceptable call of action? You know, so Gandalf, he's the guy that he doesn't cause people to go berserk, but he gets them to act. He gets Bilbo to act. He gets Frodo to act, you know. He gets everyone together. He's kind of like the guy that that pushes people out of, I don't know if comfort zone's the right word, but something along those lines, right? There's a connection that I make of like these, the weird wizards, you know, and so Merlin's the same thing, and then he also gets, you know, King Arthur to act, right? And so yeah, I don't know if that's the what the right word is, I guess, for that archetype, but the wandering wizard, I guess, is what I call it. Alright, looks like we might have to eat. These guys are going a little hard on us right now. Yeah. Oh boy. We have to go into our shark pretty soon. I want to bring those 5 shark with me with the berserker ring soon. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking of what food I want for healing soon. In terms of some of the PVM stuff I'm going to be getting into. I could be mistaken, but when I do these Entra Toas, I think I'm going to turn on the invocation for no food and bring those snowy nights. I think we'll see if that works. I don't think you need, like, you just have to do 2 of the bosses without too many eats. And so then that leaves, like, you know, I'm going to be doing some Royal Titans, some Hoikwaddle. And I think I might just do a lot of Sunlight Antelope off stream, just kind of go and, I don't think it's too intensive. I can kind of get in a rhythm while I'm watching my, if I watch a lot of my own videos to kind of make episodes, right? my own live streams I watch to then convert into videos, right? So when I'm doing that, it actually helps me to watch them having something to do, to, watch 5 hours of yourself, and kind of digest what you say. And I watch them multiple times, and then I go through and I edit them multiple times, so it can kind of be good to not have my full attention on it. And so I'm thinking maybe that's going to be my main food for a lot of my early level PVM grinds. Is just get a lot of that, and then, next week at some point, go and do the Taiwano quest. Get a lot of Karam ones, and then between those, I think it'll be good. It might be annoying, I don't know, but we'll see. What's going to be annoying is you have to kind of wait. I forget what it is, like 6 ticks or something. So if I want to spam my food, you're not going to get the full heal out of it if you don't wait for the cooldown. But I imagine if I do that with Karam wands, I can get a lot of healing right away with the double eat, and then that third will kind of take place. And I would imagine most situations, especially at these bosses I just named, are not that high level. You're not going to be getting stacked out. It's not like I'm going to these places with multiple damage sources, and yeah, it's just the early level Ironman. Well, not even Ironman. I'm actually going out of my way to do a lot of these bosses that are that don't have like vital drops. So, things like a Moxel. At this point, I don't even know what I'm doing a Moxel when I do it. What it's gonna, it's gonna be a long time until I go and do Perilous Moons, and that's the only place that I think I need the ice boppers for. So yeah, now we're getting some food from here, so we're actually gonna probably be able to conserve our chaos runes and not have to go back. I wonder at this point if me focusing so much on like staying out here so long is gonna cause me more mental distress than just like leaving and coming back with like more chaos runes. At this point, this extended trip is, and like trying to like transfer them and put them in the right staff, and we only have 500 left and 350, so this is like in less than an hour and a half of strikes, but we only have like maybe 45 minutes is my guesstimation of available runes. So about half the time when we're doing this, we're not really fighting. So I think it was like 1500 cast an hour is what the wiki had said. Yeah, so to me, that wandering wizard archetype is like someone that's removed from society to a certain extent, and they're able to kind of see things differently. That's how I phrase it. And so when they kind of recruit the people that are not vibing with how things are going, I suppose, is the way I see it, at least. I'll have to go read some King Arthur and see what's up with Merlin more, but that's kind of my take on it. Gandalf just goes and finds the people that are looking for adventure. They want to get out of that routine. I don't know if Obi-Wan from obviously Star Wars, but from A New Hope, if he exactly counts in that archetype, but I feel like he probably does. I think Uncle Iroh from Last Airbender is a borderline on that. I think he's kind of gone to the spirit world. He's kind of in that weird class of people, and he seems to like inspire Zuko's inner journey in his his transformation, right? But he's probably a stretch to include in that. But I feel like he kind of matches. That guy that sees the world a little differently. I don't think I put Master Roshi from Dragon Ball in there, but I think he's just a different archetype. He's that he's like Yoda, and I don't know if Yoda's the same. I think that's a different. The unexpected master is what those guys are, I suppose, of like the person you least suspect to be in the that has like knowledge and strength. Early Dragon Ball is my favorite. I don't know about you guys, in terms of I mean, I like Dragon Ball Z, I like Dragon Ball Kai, I like Vegeta, I like all that, right? But to me, that first, the Emperor Pilaf saga, and a little bit of not the world's first, but their first martial arts tournament with little Kid Goku and Kid Krillin and all the Yamcha stuff. I know Yamcha is like a meme at this point, but I just loved his like Wolfang fist and like the goofiness to the whole thing. And Emperor Pilaf is by far my favorite villain, I think. Yeah, I mean Vegeta. Yeah, I liked Frieza. It's hard to really. They're all so different though. They have a different reason to being interesting. There's our uncut emerald that we were talking about. Okay, what are we looking at? We have 500 strikes. I wonder if I should try to get 50 more charges in. Maybe when there's less guys attacking me, we'll attempt to kind of charge up 50 more strikes. I don't know how much money I have. I think I feel like I'm the little pig in Looney Tune right now. Well, that's all, folks. We'll go and charge our when we have to go buy more. I don't recall if I had 1 mil and then I spent it to get Chaos Runes, or if I ended with 1 mil after buying stuff. But I think we have like 800k to 1 mil in our bank, and so then we'll go and we basically need to get 4,000 Chaos Runes for our scepter, about 2,000 Chaos Runes in our inventory, and 1,000 blood runes per trip out here is about, I think, what we want. Oh, we just took a kung fu hit from the lost Ninja Turtle. He's the one that least looks like it, but at least you can kind of see right here the little stripe on his eyes. The white turtle, you got the orange, purple, blue, and red, right? There's always that last That last one. Kind of taking in his full design. You know, I've been here for a while. But not that long. I'm not really sure about his, like, what this green chest is doing for him, but, you know. They spent so much more, like... Dagannoth Prime is just so cool to me, his look. I don't know why. That little eye in the middle. Kind of reminded me of, just reminded me of, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood is the one I watched more of, but... And he looks like a ninja to me more. Mr. Supreme. They left me. I'm all alone. Come back, Prime. Come back, Supreme. Of course, once you want to talk about their design, they go and leave you, right? It's hard to find good work here. Good help. There he is. Yeah, I think that'd be a cool pet. I'd be pretty happy with a Rex, not gonna lie, but I feel like the other two look cooler. But yeah, he reminds me of, I mean, two different characters, and he reminds me of the... I want to try to do it spoiler-free, and I can only think of naming the character with a spoiler. What's his name? You know, they have the 7 sins in the thing, you know, wrath, greed, avarice. Avarice and greed, are those the same? Envy. What's the... Pride. Yeah, it's pride, right? He kind of reminds me of the little eye. All the eyes that pride has in that. But then he also kind of reminded me of gluttony, because he like opens up his chest at that one point. That was kind of my entry point into like getting really into anime. Like I think it was like, I don't know what year it was. Let me look up a show. When did Fate Stay Night UBW come out? The one by UFO table is what their name is, but I don't know how to pronounce it. So let's look it up. UBW. Unlimited Blade Works. How does it? UBW? Unlimited Blade Works. UBW Fate Stay Night. That was the first show that I watched that aired at the same time that I was so that was the same time period that I got into watching anime. Uh, 2014. I kind of stopped playing RuneScape a little before then, and I think I needed another hobby, and somehow that became it. I was actually looking for a show like Avatar: The Last Airbenders. Yeah, I was a big fan of so I watched UBW first, right? And then I think in a couple years I ended up watching Fate Zero. And some reason I didn't like Fate Zero to start off with, and then I went back and rewatched it, and then it became like a top 5 show for me of all time. And then I went and read the first route of... So the way that game is set up, for anyone that doesn't know, is it's a visual novel. And visual novels are like these games that you get to pick the dialogue a little bit. And so in that game, there's 3 main stories, to my knowledge. I don't know if there's some hidden 4th route or some, so there's like bad routes where you die and stuff. But the 3 good endings you can get to is one where you're with the Saber route, who's like your ride or die chick. And then there's like a second route, which is Unlimited Blade Works. And then there's the third one, which is Heaven Feels. And so I actually haven't watched the movie yet, the Heaven Feels route. I tried watching it and it was fine, it was good. It was just hard for me to... It's a heavy show. Like, it's not it's hard to... It is a lot easier to watch 24 minutes of it every week than it was to, binge it, I guess. A whole movie. And, they cut scenes, like, they have to make it shorter. But, yeah, I didn't finish Heaven Feels yet. But, I went and read the first one. Or I guess read is a kind of an exaggeration. I found the visual novel on YouTube and watched it that way. And so, yeah, I kind of talked about the book that I'm writing, right? And so I think I had said, like the Omni-Man stuff. I think Fate Zero is, part of what that character is going to have within him too. Is he's going to have some of that. Both of the Emiyas are both like these over idealistic motifs and stuff going on. And so the main character is not going to be Emiya. He's going to be somewhat... he's not Kiritsugu. He's not that. But he has some of that. And, we'll see when we get to that point in the book how it, the way I'm writing it is kind of, it's kind of unexpected, I think, of how it's kind of going down, I suppose. Of, when I came up with the concept for the book, and I was kind of going through some stuff at the time, and I kind of had my worldview kind of shift. I lost just like those characters in the show, right? They have these like sudden realizations, right? And so I feel like I went on my Kiritsugu worldview shift, but at the end I kind of maybe I found, I don't know, it's hard to explain, I guess, of like taking on more responsibility than honor demands is how I'd phrase it. And those two characters kind of they both try to save the world and save everyone in it at, the cost of themselves, basically. And so that's what kind of my character is going to go through, is he has to realize that, hopefully, we'll get to it. I don't know if I should spoil the book too much, but he learns to let go of responsibility that's not his, is essentially what the book is about. And so it's basically, he's basically like somewhat like Superman, but not really. But I don't know how to phrase it better. I can't think of someone that he's similar to. He's not Superman level, but he's essentially, for all purposes, the best way to think about it, of like, his story's not about winning with combat. So that's kind of why I liked writing them, is because it's kind of like, in life I've learned that like there is no winning, or like everything comes with a little bit of trade-off, and you know, yeah, you can't do it alone, or I don't know how to phrase it exactly, but there's no utopia is the way I'll say it. I think that's the cleanest way to express part of what I'm trying to get to. It doesn't matter how strong you are, like you're not gonna solve the world, you know? And so that's what Kiritsugu is attempting to do in Fate. Well, I don't think that's too big of a spoiler. I think he says that pretty early on. We left our bones. My poor XP. So yeah, that's what my part of the novel is. You know, I guess you could say it kind of has some, I wouldn't say it's accurate, but I'll say it anyways, just to kind of give a little bit more of an image. Is I think he's going to go through like this tyrant streak. So it's kind of like, it's not accurate to say it, but I'll say it anyways, of like, maybe you can think of like Attack on Titan, like one of the last seasons, right? I don't want to go into spoilers again, but there's kind of that you know, putting yourself in the enemy's perspective, I guess, is what I'm trying to there's our adamant bar. That's the second time okay. Yeah, that's a 1 in 28, right? It's the same drop rate as the ring. My poor sharks. Alright, we're gonna have to probably put in, there's only one of them on us at the moment, so let's see if we can put in 50 charges without getting interrupted. Well, now there's way too many on us, huh? Okay. So I guess we'll just eat a shark. I guess I'll prep myself if I have to try to put some more charges in. But yeah, so I've been, you know, writing that book, and it's kind of funny. You know, I had started writing that book like maybe 6 years ago. I'm not sure. It was 2020, so yeah, six years ago is when I wrote the first chapter, or maybe not the first chapter, but the first like quarter of a chapter. And I kind of left it at that forever because I knew it wasn't the book I wanted to write. I threw away a book. I threw away 2 books actually, but the first book was it was hard to. I recently refound it, so I didn't technically throw it away. It's stored in the cloud, but I thought I had gotten rid of it forever. Ooh, some more bass. It's the little things that you gotta appreciate. Because, you know, we're not getting a ring, but we can at least give ourselves the feeling that we might get it. So at this point, maybe we put in 100 charges. That would only give me 60 more strikes though. So I think we just go for like 60-ish. But I guess we have to wait until we're not getting attacked as much. Yeah, so the book that I was writing, right, that you know, I had my worldview switched, and so right when that switch happened, I started just kind of mythologizing what that switch meant. And so now it's kind of more solidified, my worldview and my take and my more balanced kind of what I want to put out in the world more, right? And so now that I'm writing the book, it's completely different than that initial thought. I thought it was going to be like this philosophical book of like, who even knows? Of like consequences to things and such. And oops, we took a massive hit there. And so yeah, it's not that anymore. So I'm writing that first book, and it's, you know, it was supposed to be something between like, I wouldn't say Game of Thrones, but maybe part Game of Thrones. A lot of like Witcher vibes. But then that like, I don't know what a philosophical book, or I can't think of one right now. I mean, Fate Zero has a lot of that stuff of like the meeting of the 3 kings, and they're drinking wine together. So there was going to be something like that is what was in my head, I suppose. And, you know, now it's kind of turned into, I wouldn't say Harry Potter, but, you know, part of the first book feels closer to Harry Potter than it does like The Witcher or that more serious stuff that I was talking about. And I think that's more of the book I want to write, of not so heavy, but not, you know, not necessarily light either. I wonder if I should just kill this one with our staff. See if I can get him to like go underneath. And then I might be able to like use my chaos runes on this staff real quick. Yeah, now there's 2 of them on me. Okay, let's try 60. I should probably use 2 hands for this instead of trying to use my mouse hand on the keyboard. But I just don't trust my left hand as much. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it even gives me a chance. Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh, that's a long time. They both stopped hitting me at the same time. Now I feel like I should have done 70, but we're getting really into the weeds of trying to get as much out of this inventory as possible, huh? Looks like our estimate wasn't that far off. This is 100 more strikes right here. I don't trust this setup yet. There you go. I keep letting them hit me now. So yeah, my mind's kind of been going more and more back into my book as of recently, because I kind of freed up a lot of my time. I got kind of a little further ahead on my on making videos, and so I'm like, my mind competes for the two of them, of like, you know, you could do this or you could do that. And now it's like I can do both of them whenever I want, so that's kind of a good spot to be in. I would love to finish my my trilogy. I'm like halfway done with book 1, and I have book 3 mostly outlined. And so book 2 is, I think, what's kind of just significantly slowed me down, of like, what do I even want in this book? Okay, so I can tell you why. So the initial premise, right, was set up in the first chapters, but then the book kind of went into this different route, and so I kind of finished up. Okay, let me try to rewind. So the initial premise, right, and then we do a time retreat, like you go back 15 years and you see how you get to that point in book 1, right? And so that tension, that stuff that's all kind of set up in book 1, well, that kind of stuff gets resolved in book 3. But then we still have this other plot that occurs before we do our backstory. And a lot of that stuff is going to get resolved in book 2. So it's kind of like I have the overarching main point of the book, but there's a lot of questions that I kind of set up that I need to kind of solve. And I kind of want to like organically solve it, and so I feel like I don't have all of the right characters yet on how that's going to occur. Oops, did I misclick? No. Alright, so we have 170 of these strikes, and we have 270 of these ones. I want to get about like maybe 20 more, I feel like is the number I want. I feel like we really got off to a really strong start here. Or what I mean is, we were getting a lot of those rare drops. We got like the Dragon Med Helm, we got a Dragon Axe, and we got, what else did we get? We got a loop, we got Rock Shell legs again, right? I feel like that all happened in like the first like 10 kills. And then we've had like, it feels like 40-ish of like Warhammers and coins and steel plate bodies. Which I think it's kind of like, you know, laying down our low expectations on things right for our fast drop. Okay, so yeah, nice. Thank you for stopping by. We had some good conversations. All our etymology talk got my brain going now. Cheers. Take care. Yeah, so, the putting self in enemy's perspective, it's to, it understands how the, so I have this continent, right? And on this eastern side is the capital. And they're kind of the shield against the outside world of, different invaders and such that can kind of come in. So they have like the Navy, they have all these stuff. And so they're kind of like, I kind of used Imperial China as the basis for that. And I also used, so there's certain choke points on the map, right? And so one of them is, Constantinople, Istanbul. It kind of separates two different seas. And so everything has to go through that. And so that's what this capital is. And so the capital, they have to deal with internal rebellion while also dealing with shielding the continent from external. And so, the people down here are like, hey, they're too controlling up there. And it's, well, if you don't have a strong enough, total protection for the whole area, well, what's going to happen? Invaders will come, right? That's the argument for like feudalism, right? Of, these Vikings, these berserkers. They kind of came in, right, and attacked the monasteries and attacked these weak points to get wealth from these different less protected spots, right? And so, the people that are, protecting this part of it, well, they also, there's a lot of human psychology and stuff, and finding the perfect balance of how they're properly supposed to do it is not always so black and white. And so it's kind of like, it's going to kind of go from place to place, kind of discovering, how the geography shapes these different people. The mountain people are going to be a little different, So I have multiple mountain people, but I have one that's kind of like this Colorado / Oregon vibe is how I kind of put it in my head, of like, you got like these, some people want to be like lumberjacks, some people are more of like that aloof, isolated, observant people that are kind of like outside of world, though. Like they're kind of like, they kind of already conquered their land, so they already drove out like the lions and bears and tigers and whatever else that might be in the area out of their region, and so they have no natural threats anymore. And so they kind of are no longer as concerned for self-protection because they're so protected already. And so they kind of stopped the next generation from, doing what they need to do, right? It's kind of like you have these group of elders that think they're all wise, but, their elders had to deal with the bears. They got to live without the bears. And then, now there's new threats coming in of these different invaders and such, right? And so these, people are going to want to expand their territory and get their axes out and kind of improve their defense capabilities and make sure that they're protected. Because, you know, they had to go through, you know, different wars and such and different attacks and... But, you know, it's not always, you know, your enemies don't always have, these valued, what's the word I'm looking for? Moral's not the right word, but like this, oh, if you only understood them, then you would be able to, then you can make it work. Like, the book's actually the opposite of that in general. Ooh, swordfish. We don't have the inventory spots anymore. Okay, let's see if we can get like 20 of these in. Did we get it? Okay, cool. Yeah, we got 20 in. Let's go for 10 more. Okay, let's just drop our bass and then we'll pick up our... I think we're just gonna drop these, our prayer XP on the ground. It's like, what, 3,000 prayer XP? I think I'll take my extended trip more. Adamant bar. It's actually kind of clutch, this adamant bar, but I think we're gonna let it go. Goodbye, adamant bar. You know, we're gonna get 70 smithing soon, so that's why I went for it. I think we have enough loops. I'm gonna drop the loop too. And if we eat the food, well, then we can pick up a loop, I guess. And so yeah, understanding what has gone on is not always like this, oh, they're only doing this because they're trying to shield everyone, right? And so, you know, something, you know, somewhat tragic happens to some of my characters in their youth, right? And okay, so now it's getting into too much spoilers, though. Let me try to think of how to phrase that. Because I feel like that's a secret I don't want to reveal. Okay, it's gonna be a light spoiler or whatever. Okay, Rex is here, so let's hit him first. I feel like I'm too close to Prime. I think we can hit Rex from here. Cool. Is that there's kind of this mysterious thing going on, and you think it's to make a weapon, like they're trying to make this ultimate weapon, but it's not that. It's just to make a circus animal is how I'll say it. And so it's kind of like this they're doing it for a self-image reason rather than a self-protection reason. Is that you can't always assume, so that's one of the worldview things I've kind of come up with, is you can't always assume people are, like, I always thought, well, if people just understood, if they blah 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 blah, that you know, if you increase your perspective, then you'd come to see that most people are pretty good. But there's, you know, vile things that happen. And so that's one of the lessons I had to learn in life. And so yeah, maybe the Emperor, he makes sense. He's not Nero. He's if you guys have played Skyrim or Elder Scrolls, that's kind of part of the foundation of that idea of it's an old game. I'll spoil a little bit. Hopefully it's not too bad, but you're left with the decision to kill the Emperor or not. Of like, you know, so basically in the game, there's a civil war going on in the northern country of the, so you have your whole like empire right on this, in the north country. You know, there's a rebellion going on and it's harming the empire who's at war with someone else, right? And so they're at war with the High Elves, right? And so the High Elves are encouraging the war as much as possible to weaken their enemy. And so that's kind of what is part of my book too, of like this, you know, there's a moral question of like, is it better for the empire to have the power, or is it better for each to independently have their power? And then if each independently has their power, are they going to be able to defend themselves against this outside power that's equal to the empire, right? And so yeah, it's just like, yeah, that's what my book's about, I guess. Well, I mean, and that's what it was originally going to be kind of about. And so it's still part of it, but it's kind of more of my character has to learn all this stuff that I've kind of now digested, I feel. That's what my character's path is. He is strong, so he's like Superman or whatever. He's not Superman, but he's close enough, right? And so he's like, well, I can make it happen. So he kind of goes down these different paths and he kind of sees the folly in a lot of these different things as he attempts to solve the world, and he comes to realize that it really can't be solved. And so the book's about like he learns to unburden himself from responsibility that's not his. So we have 128 more strikes. So we'll have to kind of pay attention to that. We have about 25 minutes of stream left, so we're probably gonna just have to get the Berserker ring before we leave, you know? But if that doesn't, if that doesn't occur, then, well, I guess maybe we'll set up for next Monday. I don't stream on Fridays, but I'll have to talk to my brother because we used to throw darts on Friday, but I think we don't do it during the winter time or something like that. I don't know. I just moved back to where I'm at right now. And so that's the reason why I wasn't streaming on Fridays, is because, well, we have darts. And so if I wake up at 5 a.m. and I stream, and then I go throw darts until 12 and stay up till 1 or something, well, it's kind of not a fun day. Okay, 125 strikes. You know, if each strike is close to 8 damage, right? Let's just say 7. So you got 210, 235, that's divisible by 7, right? So that'd be 30 strikes, and then 35 would be 7 more or whatever. So let's just say 35 strikes a kill. So that's like 3 more kills there. And then that's maybe 1 more. So 4 out of 128 gives us 25 and 7, 32. 1 out of 32. So that gives us a 3% chance. So you're saying there's a chance? And so yeah, we'll see if my book ends up the way I described, because as I said, as I'm writing it, it's become more personal or more character or more relationship based or more about the interactions of the characters than it is about like all these grand ideas that I've said. And so those grand ideas exist now, but I'm not like discussing them, I guess. I think we're gonna drop this loop again, and if we have to eat, we'll go grab it, because honestly, they're not that important. I've gotten a lot of them already. I have a lot of Dragonstone, or enough for me. You know, they could be good wilderness risks, and then you could teleport out with them, but I don't know. Honestly, when I go to do these wilderness bosses, you have 4 items to protect, right? Or 3.5 is how I would say it. And if I'm wearing Proselyte, I have my weapon. You know, maybe a glory is worth bringing over power amulets, but I have so many power amulets that it feels like just letting them get lost is valid use of it. And like going up to barrow gloves might be better. But I guess we'll decide that when we get out there. Looks like, oh, there's only 1 attacking us, so let's go ahead and put like 20 in. I'm gonna try to do it real quick before I attack. There's only 1 guy hitting me, so. Alright, cool. So we only have like 30 more blood rushes. I feel like that's pretty far out, but we were able to do it. Yeah, so we have 35 more blood casts, and we have 100 more of these, so that's, you know, maybe we'll get 4 more kills. Might have to bring our ancient staff and put it on to like slash and try to get the last one with our prayer pot. Kind of go full berserk on them. You know, any one of these kills can just be the drop, you know? You gotta hold out hope. I'm getting a lot of ensouled heads at this point. We're gonna be walking home with more food than we brought in. I think I should probably drop my my earth runes at this point. Am I gonna try to sneak one more in? I mean, we could. Ugh. I think it's more squeeze than juice. You know, we probably only have like a 70% chance around 160. You know, I'm just guesstimating, so it might not be that accurate, but 70, 75%, less than 75, probably closer to 70% chance that we would have gotten a Berserker ring. And so yeah, I think next time we come out here, I had said some numbers, but I'm actually gonna 1.5x those numbers and make it so I don't have to give so much attention to the running out. So we'll have to, maybe I set myself up, because we only have a few more kills, and then we're gonna have to leave because we're gonna run out of strikes. I think we only have 2 more kills, basically. And maybe a third one. If these guys, like, de-aggro me, I might try to sneak in 50 or 20. 25. Okay, that should be easy to type. I'm just trying to strategically think if I can type in 25 quick enough. Because I do more damage on one of these casts than I do on a blood rush. What level is Blood Blitz? Level 80. That's so expensive though. We're only 75 almost. We might get 75. I don't know, probably not. I was gonna say maybe we get it today, but I think we'll have to hold off until next time. But yeah, so what I'm trying to get to is maybe I can, in the last 10 minutes of stream, go out to my salvage spot and kind of maybe showcase what I do there a little bit, make a little bit of money, and use that money to actually buy some chaos runes, because we're probably going to, you know, over this weekend, that's what I'm going to AFK is salvaging. Oh, almost. Okay, we got it. So we got, you know, giving ourselves more chance to get some kills. What did I say the math was? I said it was about 7 a kill divided by 255. At this point, I already did the math, but we'll just go 255 divided by 7. So like 35 strikes. So yeah, I mean, it's only 1 more kill. This is our last chance. 1 in 128, which is I think around a 0.7. Let's see what the math is. Like a 0.8. 0.8%. But yeah, I think this, it did its work. We got our Dragon Med home today. I mean, you know. Got another Dragon Axe. It doesn't feel like I made 3 mil, but you know. Would have been nice to take these Dagganoth bones home, but maybe if we get really, really lucky on our hits, be able to get 2 more kills. We start hitting some like 18s out of nowhere. So there's a 16, 11. These are above average hits. So, you know, let's keep that momentum up. If we have more than, if we can do it in like 9 more hits, maybe we attempt 1 more, but it's so unlikely to. I think we're holding out as this is the last one. I mean, honestly, you know, get some big numbers. Come on. 14's okay. 4 is not ideal. 14, okay. Yeah, this is, I think that's all, folks. So 20 and 8, that's 28 hits. Let's see if we can get the 8 in there. Yeah. Well, I think that's it then. So yeah, I think with the rest of the time then, let's go ahead and teleport out. I can't teleport where I want to. So, yeah, let's just go there. So we'll go to CIS, we'll go to Arceus Spellbook to then transfer to normal spell book. Quickest way. We'll get our high alch gear on, and we're gonna go to, I think I left my boat in Varlamore. There's a little like coast. Ooh, we got some Herblore XP. All right. So we'll go CIS. My camera gets all glitchy up in this area. We'll start like, I think it's the 117 plugin. We'll start seeing like light switches, so. Yeah, there we go. It's like right at the altar, it starts spazzing out. Let's go ahead and travel to Fish Trawler. Let me just go Ring of Dueling, save ourselves the visual. Yeah, we ran out of Chaos Runes. We had 21 hits and 8 more, so we had about less than 30. And it wasn't in the cards. We got our 159 kills. We have about 10 minutes of stream left. I think I'm gonna set up and kind of show my fish trawler, not fish trawler, but my my salvaging spot. So we got our runes, and then I like to bring a log basket because that's how I got some ironwood. Where is it? There you go, 4 ironwood. So that's enough to make my little ironwood blowpipe. And so we're starting to collect these off stream, just AFKing them. We already went through 1,000 raw sword tips, and that should have, you know, potentially got us the drop already, but it didn't roll that way. So when I get about 500 of these, we'll probably attempt it again, and we'll use these ones next, and we'll see if we can get the ironwood blowpipe. And at the same time, when you go to your boat, let me just get to my boat. I have a setup there that lets you harvest 2 at a time, but it cuts your chances of getting a drop in half, but when you get it, you get double. So we'll get 2 of them, I guess, and we'll get an ironwood now, and maybe we'll get a rosewood blowpipe in the future. when we get the fletching level and when we actually go and get to rosewood. So, all right, so I want my log basket. Log basket lets me hold the ironwood and mahogany that we get from it. And then I usually bring my cache stack just so I can visually see what I'm looking at. Okay, and so let's go fish trawler, I guess. Let me just put a necklace on and a ring, or at least my ring of dueling. Ring of dueling, and then we'll go fish trawler. No, it's not at fish trawler. Well, that's kind of annoying, is there's not a bank at where I'm going, but I have to bring this, okay, so we're not going to bring our Quetzal. Instead, we'll bring a fire, an earth, and 2 law runes. We'll go teleport to Varlamore, and then take this Quetzal so that we can, oh, we have a fire staff on, huh? So my boat is at Sunset Coast. I hope it's there at least. And then I go to this spot down here. Where is it? I feel like that's kind of far. So yeah, I kind of salvage down over here, and then I can't go to this bank. You need 70 construction to make it. If I want to go to a bank, I can go to this spot. And so yeah, I guess we'll just get on our boat. So yeah, I built this, whatever this is called, a chum station. And that's where I'll try to get my double beak for my 2 blowpipes that I'll make. One now and one whenever we get the drops. And the sooner I get it, the better, because we're going to be doing, I'm debating how I want to kill Aram for barrow runs. Arim. Let's avoid these tiger sharks. This guy's cutting me off. I'm going to save my burst for a few seconds and then hit it, I think. I thought that guy was going to kind of come and cut me off, so wanted to see if I can get around him real quick. So yeah, I guess we're going to first go to this little bank spot just to show it off if anyone's never seen it before. I kind of went out there on a whim just to kind of check it out, and it's kind of a cool spot. Well, it's, you know, nothing that special, but I liked it enough. And you'll have to, I recently put this plugin in, so when I feel like doing it, at some point I might, there's different settings where you can turn it off for not seeing every shipwreck, only showing like the high level ones or something like that. But it's kind of convenient so you know where you're, what range you have when you're doing the salvaging. But yeah, we did a lot of wrecks today. I don't know. Probably did 60 kills? I feel like it was more. We were in there the whole time. I was like, how many hours? At least 3 hours, right? Probably about 3 minutes a kill. So, I mean, that'd be 60 kills, right? 3 hours, 60. So our math is, our math checks out. Like it has this little like 20-second countdown. It's kind of cool. It makes me feel like it's more worth it. Like this speed boost is not like a 2-second thing. So it's actually like, let's not die. These things are, they're the low level ones, I think. But they can still do some damage. My boat is not that kitted. Deep fin point. You know, I'm trying to save as many repair kits as possible. So I recently took my mahogany repair kits out and I put teak ones in, so. Not sure, I guess maybe this 140 is maybe what our health is. So we have like 250 total health on us. And so yeah, I recently put this chum station, but now it throws me off because I have to scroll to get access to my salvage spots. And so I have to scroll up to press stop boat and stuff like that. You know, I do wonder, it's probably more worth my time to, you know, this is a good lesson for me. Of like, it's probably not that far, our boat's probably not that slow. Is that I should probably just go to the spot and then pay the 50K to get my boat transferred. Am I going the right way? Okay, cool. I had seen that it looked like it was going up some reason. So yeah, we're almost at the bank, and then just kind of want to show it for anyone that hasn't seen it. And then after this, we'll go and I'll show you my AFK setup right before our stream ends. I'm just adding another song because this one is coming to an end. So yeah, nothing special, but there's a little bank on the water, and I just had seen it, and I thought it was kind of cool. I want to get his boat, you know? And you can just click on him, and then your boat automatically kind of stops. And then you can bank. And so, you know, sometimes I'll come back here. Sailing is actually my highest level, so just from AFKing. And so yeah, I'll go and high alk everything right, and I'll keep doing sailing over and over my salvaging. But then I'll come at the very end, I'll fill up 160 and I'll fill up my 28 or whatever. And doing that has gotten me, you know, these 60 amulets of power that I can now risk in the wilderness. And I think I alked a good amount of these green d'hide bodies, but I also got 26 of them from doing that. But really the thing that we've gotten is these 400 adamant bolts and this 800 adamant darts. So let me go and take us down, I think it's south, right? Let's go ahead and set up a thing. I saw I got my little boost, so I guess I'll boost on. Boosto. And so the salvaging spot's kind of like here-ish. But yeah, we're level 79. Sailing, it's just my AFK moneymaker. It might be my first 99. That'd be kind of funny. I'm gonna get 99 sailing before I get rune nails though. So we'll be going with our, so on that trip, remember I had said I got an adamant bar that might be clutch? Well, we don't have enough adamant bars to make a second adamant salvage spot. So currently we're just the one that I main is adamant, and the one that I put my little guys on is of course mithril. And like we can't make anything else until we get more of them. But there's a good thing is that we're going to be doing rev caves, and you get a ton of adamant bars that way. So okay, let me bring this up. And so yeah, the Marshall salvage, according to the RuneScape wiki, is like about 300k XP per hour, or 300k gold per hour. And you know, that kind of doesn't take into account like all of these items that you get. So I'll bring over, yeah, there we go. I was like, that's the end of my road, but I don't see my stuff. So I'll put myself here, and then I'm going to bring over the drops. And why it's important for our account, because it really is. It's kind of what's enabling us to do a lot of PVM soon. So while that's going, we'll let it fill up. And then I'll bring this over. And so initially I thought, oh wow, this mercenary shipwrecks, like, that's going to be amazing. I'm going to get all of these green d'hide bodies. I'm going to get all these power amulets. And then I'll be able to go and risk them in the wilderness. And I'm not sure how important that is, to be honest, compared to the actual bigger. And so the most important one is these adamant bolts. You know, unless I go and get a lot of adamant bars and go and smith them, this is our way to do PVM before I get my smithing up. And so, you know, we already have 600 of them, and you know, maybe we get up to a couple thousand and you know, use them to do some early Toa, go and do some early Royal Titans and such. That's, I think, the primary reason. In addition to that, I get these rune arrows, which is, you know, a very solid option for us on some other things that we're going to be doing. And, you know, I'm not sure if these adamant arrows are going to do anything for us. If we get this blowpipe, then I'm not really sure. You know, I thought that maybe adamant arrows would be good for our Turiel skipping. Just to use them, it's going to be better than our bone bolts that we had been using. Up until, because I still have to get to 66 range to use my Sunlight Hunter crossbow still. And so I thought, you know, maybe adamant bolts could be a good upgrade for us compared to our bone bolts that we had been using, right? But if we get these mithril darts and adamant darts, you know, that might actually treat us a little better. But altogether, just using them for fletching XP is actually pretty good. These mithril dart tips, I didn't realize how much XP you get. So you also obviously get cannonballs, so that's kind of a nice thing if, you know, in the future we have to go and get in the future, if we're going to go and fight great white sharks or something like that, then having all of these stacked up might do us pretty good. Yeah, in addition to that, obviously, you know, each one is worth 1k, so that's, you know, pretty solid. And, you know, a high alch of 985, so, you know, these rune long swords, these adamants, and all that type of stuff. So yeah, and then the last one is the adamant nails. And so I had to come here with all the mithril stuff to get adamant nails to then go and upgrade to our little hook and then our little cargo holder. So let me go ahead and process this just to kind of show it off before I end stream. And so yeah, you just go ahead and process them, and then I like to do is kind of just go high elk, and then he didn't do it that time. Oh, there you go. And so like I watch one of them like get turned into nothing. Once that happens, I click, 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 click. And just like that, we're back to it. And so you don't lose too much time high elking. And then I slowly and steadily, you know, gather these unelks that then stack up and get us set up for later for our range. There's really not that many great range options for us unless we want to go and get broad bolts. And then I'll take my logs and I just use them on there. Some reason they don't let you just empty right into this. So that's my closed versus open log basket, but you know, it is what it is. But you know, I think the gem bag works. I think I saw that somewhere. Gem bag works for our to automatically place certain things in it, but apparently not here. And yeah, so our homeboy on the other salvage went and got us 8 of those, while we went and got 20 and then processed them. So it's a small part of it, but it's not that much, you know. So yeah, that's our stream. Thank you guys for watching. Monday we're gonna get back to Rex, gonna make some money on the way, and then go and spend all of it to go and get more chaos runes, basically, right? So let me open that up. Let me go to my music. So yeah, thank you guys for watching. Have a good day. I'm gonna go work out, eat, maybe do some video editing, maybe get to that book that I've been writing. I kind of been itching to write again, so let me go ahead and can't seem to find my OBS sometimes. But yeah, thank you guys. Take care now.